Yeah. Hi, y'all. It's your girl Anna, and as you can see, we're back in Final Fantasy XIV with our Oceania MSQ series. We are currently in, if not the second to last quest of patch 3.4, which was Soul Ender. And yeah, we've been on a bit of a break from working on this one, so where were we? I believe in the last stream, we made our way here to Little Alamigo to meet up with Alpha now. We also found... Who did we find? We found Papalimo. We found Papalimo, and we're working with them to go meet up with the Warriors of Darkness because we believe they're pressuring the Amalsha into summoning Ifrit. I think that's where we are. So, hopefully, I'm not too far off. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and make our way towards Alpha now. As always, if you enjoy the stream, please consider leaving a like. And if you want to be notified about future streams, please consider subscribing. So let's see. Yeah, I need to finish up Heavensward because of our legacy static is close to being ready to start farming. I say start farming, to start progging all of the EX trials and stuff like that in Heavensward. That came out in Heavensward. So I'm going to finish up Heavensward so I can move forward and be ready for that. Also, Koji has been in Stormblood for a while, and I'm sure she's feeling a little lonely. So let's go ahead and talk to Alpha now here. Thancred's here and Alizine. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you make If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. We shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended you set aside sufficient amount of time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yep, let's go. Yeah.
This isn't right. The Amalj'aa would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
So poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
Warriors of Darkness.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Paladin's angry.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Good job, Carbuncle.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alisaie!
No, come on now. How rude.
Did I not tell you, Alphinaud? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Oh, what you got, Alisaie? Oh, it's the reveal of Red Mage.
As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at hers and defend this realm with all my might.
Let's finish this.
Maybe I shouldn't come on Darkman. Yeah, should be fine. I mean, this amount of AoE is probably good.
You shall fall soon enough.
I could probably need to go with Paladin. Yakko. healers first. And we'll take out the black. Let's drop this out here. Do what the ranger. What are you doing? Mom, we need a break free of these chains. What? Just going down? It ends now.
What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Urianger!
Face reveal.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Being extra special there, Urianger.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
What are you summoning?
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Let's give the red mage some strength.
Make ready! They come!
Alright, Alizane. We're gonna protect you. Okay. Time for you to get some ether, Alizane.
It's not enough!
Not enough. Can't give her more here. Ether. Here you go, Alizane. How rude. Okay, this is kind of annoying. Alright, can we deal with this Knight of Darkness, please? There we go. I mean, you defeated them before your ether was ready. Come on. Alright, stop the ring drink. You're injured. By Mage Hand. Give Alizane some more thing. You jerk. Come on, let's give her some defense.
Tis done! With this blade, I banish the darkness!
Not like this.
Alright, Warriors of Darkness, what are you gonna do now? Hmm? Oh.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
I mean, you just had like a lot of ether pass through you into that blade. Mm-hmm.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Yes, we can.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
For those we left behind? Oh.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louisoix, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Answer is Hydaelyn. Thank God. Is everyone here?
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
Hydaelyn?
It can't be.
Mother Hydaelyn, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Minfilia?
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save. Whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
And feeling, huh?
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the First's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone then?
Anchoring.
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side. Watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn.
You've always loved this part, Elsie. It's really good. Finally getting all the answers of what's been going on.
The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tube Samati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Someday.
Thank you, Lemine, for everything.
Oh. That made me tear up. Alright. That definitely was a long cutscene. And I guess Minfilia's gone now. To the first. It would seem that we are in southern Thanalan again. Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her wing, and the warriors of darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. It seemed like they were ready to end their journey. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this one I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I'll go back into Zariark and secure them. The Amalja will not be in disarray. I'm sorry, the Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Nita and Palpalimo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Renee. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library, I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intention pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another wing. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did. That you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have had the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Renee, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I will gladly escort thee into the refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Alright, we need to go find Papalinmo. Let's go. Alright, where are we on? Up here? Fix this. There we go. Well, Renee, Alphino said you would be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mass camp. Did you perchance find one at Zariark? I always struggle with that way. Actually, yeah, you got a lot to lay down there, Alphino. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida? Raga be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me, in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate wings, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamico. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nearly a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and make you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then. Right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've had a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for all of us. I promise we'll visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. I know when I take my break, I am definitely making some food. My voice needs that. Welcome home, Renee. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
None at all.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalymo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alisaie?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Do you just want to come travel with me, Alisaie?
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
What now for the Warrior of Light? A new adventure, what else? The road goes ever on, to strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
And that should be the end of patch 3.4 Soul Surrender. Look at them running. The Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
Oh?
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well.
I believe in you, Papalymo. You've been there from the beginning.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
New beginning. Griffin. The real Griffin? 2 griffins. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. Elidibus. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Oh. Get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting. And if a void is of no use to my master, oh, I shall follow her emissary with great interest. Wait, is Elidibus going to the first as well? As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Wait. Nidhogg's eyes? The eyes of Nidhogg? Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. That's not good. That's 2 eyes of Nidhogg. That is a lot of power. What's going on out here? So it was here all along. Nero? Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are gonna have so much fun. Nero, what are you doing? We haven't seen Nero since Crystal Tower. Okay, yeah, I wasn't expecting Nero. What's Nero up to? So I felt like the voice to music volume was a little hard to hear. Lower background music to 19. The way voice sticks out a little bit more. I believe this quest will start us into 3.5. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and take a... it's probably going to take me a little bit more than 5 minutes, but I'm going to take a short break here. Because I want to make some tea. I want to make some tea. So, yeah, I'll see y'all in a couple of minutes. And we're back. And coaching, thank you for lurking. As always, if you're interested in Kochi is my rigger. You can look in the description for a link to her YouTube or Twitter. I believe her Twitch is there as well. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Tidings from Garabania. Alright, just a hero I wanted to sing. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. The Diamond Forge? Okay. Oh, that's just north of here. Alright. What does Tatari have for me? I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I need to stand perfectly still for a few moments. What are you on about, Tatari? Huh? Oh no. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. What? Huh? What are you doing, Tatari? Oh no. Why am I all tuckered out? There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's at every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. What are you on about, Tatari? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Renee. All in good time. Ah, I found you. Alphinaud wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting, and I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it's very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Good job, everyone. I could probably hide Sinon.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphinaud, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention.
Oh?
And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness, you're... Help! I need some help here!
Why did it take us so long to run through the door?
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Nago! God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance.
Minago? I really like her voice actor.
I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belthar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa Lominsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred? Uldar is yours. Alphinaud and Alisaie, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric and encourage him to send an envoy. Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
See, we don't need a leader. Someone steps up when the time is needed.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Alright. After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Selfs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her. Where did they take her? Oh, they must have taken her into one of the back rooms. Alright, to Ishgard. Is that where mine? Yeah. Zen Foundation. Alright. Where is Emmerich? Let's go find Emmerich. You see, I need Emmerich. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It's good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments, and now let me go to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us. However, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons to proceed prior to the proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Houndeloop that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Renee, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment, and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have your envoy join as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. And sleep. Drink water, Neil. I'm gonna drink some tea. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Alright, let's go to Gates of Judgment. The wind's always blowing so hard over here. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not I concede that there was ever really... Not I concede that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knight, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Alright. Let's go. The weather effects are really strong in the game today. Is there something weird going on with my settings? No, everything should be... Yeah, everything's set to max settings. Interesting. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany Renee? You may see a familiar face. Oh. Oh. Renee, old girl, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do we owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoring. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Au revoir. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as to breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Wait, he's the commander of Camp Dragonhead? Figured it would be his brother. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? Yes, very much. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Oh, are you making me remember Horsefang? Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honorwa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. Alright. New Gridania. Here we go. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured as the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems weird to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? gonna take the Aetheryte to the Conjurer's Guild. Well. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah, and the Lamentian party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Imri. Admiral, always a pleasure. Interning, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Renee, I was glad to hear from Riol and the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but first let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphinaud?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Carteneau, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
Make ready for war.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
You think the Griffin's ready to start all-out war between the Alliance and the Imperials? That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You've yet to depart. I fear I had missed you. Oh? Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, a pleasure as always, and Mistress Alizane, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption, I had hoped to thank Renee for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord, but I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer for cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry and thank you, must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Oh, are you really gonna say that, Alphino? Do you want to get punched? Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalymo and Ida fared in their talks with the Celts. Not to mention that what has been going on at Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. That's some good tea. Alright, let's go back to Revenant's Hall. Welcome back, Renee. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. I can get some... Let's get some spaghetti, or should I get gold? Gil, rather. I'll take the Gil. I'm pretty sure I have some tenacity food. I have carrot. Why do I have carrot pudding? I have some beef stroganoff too. Scallop salad. I have plenty of tenacity food. As much as I enjoyed the bustle of the toil, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you've returned from the council. What of Alphino? Then some other matter requires attention. Mine apology, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, maybe you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Belsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Ala Mhigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If we are all in agreement, I'd be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me. Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leviers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters make a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might it prevail upon you to accompany me, Renning? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it might not seem the most thrilling dating, dear sister, might I ask you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. I mean, couldn't we have just left that with Kryl and Tataru? No. I may have perhaps exaggerating my standing with the Resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's gonna happen sooner or later, isn't it? I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland, learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalymo will be well protected. My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I suspect Tataru would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I concede she has her hands full with nursing the Resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. Ah, I see. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, please, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Belsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Alright, on to Hawthorne Hut. Hear a lot of sirens outside. Probably a car wreck or something. It happens constantly here. The weather's not bad though. Ah, Renee, there you are. Come. Amasai Spire awakes. Amarasai? The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have the need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Nita. Nearly a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo, I'll shake whatever needs shaken. The talking part, I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let us be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the Spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind them why we bother. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side? 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what's news from the wall? All has been quiet. I mean, that doesn't look quiet to me. Report. What? Seven hells. Fighting's broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was the bait. We have been goaded in deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive, thus getting more. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Chaos! Renee, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion might work to our advantage. If we were to carefully avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, when I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety. Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare the Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Oh, I hope this has trust. Did they add trust to Belsar's Wall? I don't remember if it was in the last patch. Forward, comrades, the time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. The combat music, because I'm standing in it, like level 19 Fate. Milady, as per Marshal Tarapin's orders, will provide a feint to cover for your advance. May the crystal light your way forward. From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make sure to wait for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were no other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Belsar's Wall now available. It's available in duty support. In which case, do I want to go on DPS? I probably want to go on DPS. Okay, and it's just some random people. It looks like it. Alright, let's go into this chest. Belsar's Wall. Alright, friends, let's do this. Do I have some? We could use this food. Oh, I didn't set up my portrait on I didn't set up my portrait on my barn. let's do this. I wish I had more AE. Doggo. But I keep getting all these leads. Let's take out the doggo. Yeah, probably could have done bigger pools if I went on paint. But at the same time, I'm not sure how good our DPS would be. We do have a black team. I have stuff turned off, so I can't really see whether or not they're doing anything. I'm assuming they are. Let's see, character settings, filters, no, character, go all party effects. I don't see any more enemies to pull. Alright. Wait, did they drop a... They dropped a key. Let's open up the security terminal. I figured we have a boss fight right now. Works well. Everything using a new security terminal on the player. They drop a key. Yes. Why did I need a new identification key? I already had one. There's the boss. Alright, let's go. Saved my party box for us, so hopefully they make good use of it. A lot of trouble in here. Got some reinforcement. Okay, so it seems... Oh, I have brain. I'm gonna die. Okay, so it seems you want to be close to the hut so you take more damage. Definitely felt like it was taking a lot of damage. I mean, our friends here have some decent looking teams. Those axes are fun. Yeah, I think I take less damage for being close. I'm gonna go faster. Well, the poor Thermopage got targeted at me. Reinforcement. I thought I was targeting that. Those claws were no joke. The outer reaches are just ahead. Oh, I like that they're talking. This gear worth grabbing? What level is this gear? 245. I get gear I need. Filibuster's Ring of Slaying. I think I have. That would be an upgrade. Do some early tests. I should go and place all this in here. Best gear. I have a 215 ring. Oh, you know what? This ring is strength. Of course. I didn't realize I had a ring that was that weak. Is that the switch with platform? Only one way to find out. Oh, we got friends coming. So many of them. Fine. We'll see more coming up as they can. Okay, put some dots on it. I can deal with that. I'm gonna open this chest. Bracelet of healing. Okay. Oh, that's a big guy. Get all our shots out. Now we can do it. Is it finally over? Hope so, my friend. Nope, we got more friends coming. And a hand. still moving. Got our dots in. Switch back to the got more hands coming. That's faster. Are we gonna get more ads, or are we finally moving forward? No, more ads. Needle burns. I'll use needle burns. That's a lot of AoE. This guy could buy that. Ooh. Finally go forward. Wait, how'd y'all... They just teleported. That's not fair. Armored weapon. Oh, this one's definitely dangerous. Worry not. I'll tend your wounds. I like the little dancer. Launching. Motion tracking activated. Extreme caution. Oh, I was supposed to face Unsung. Oh, that was a long step. I need to face the red towards him. Uncheck it. Assuming this is going to be a bunch of AoE. Launcher. Motion tracking activated. But I did the thing. How'd I mess that up? Did I forget to stop attacking? I thought I did. Okay, we got friends. Launching. Spread out a little bit. Motion tracking activating. That's what it was. I forgot to stop targeting. I could have done without the swarm of the little ones. Those things are relentless. Alright. There's some dots in. Can you bring the others? Come on. And can you take the things? closer. Bending earrings. Alright. Clear the parapet. It's a bunch of burning magic attack. Some blowing stuff down here. Oh! Yeah, I wonder if I can do teaching and grab more. Will our group take it? Oh. I'm just leaving them behind. Oh no. I thought I'd be able to pull more enemies. I feel bad now. Bye, friends. No. Healing ring. Let's get these two. Looks like we're almost at the top. The Griffin. But where's we haven't run into our allies yet. Where are they? Ilberd. Wait, so Ilberd has Nidhogg's eyes? This, oh, this is bad. This is really bad. The Griffin finally shows his face. Your scheming here ends here, you bastard. Alright guys, let's do this. I'll give you a glorious end, warrior of light. Come, see what waits you at the far edge of fate. Beak of the Griffin. Okay, that was a big AoE.
How'd you like these?
The play. Oh, that's a big AoE.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Claw of the Griffin. Tank buster.
Yeah. Sloppy.
Sloppy. Lion's head. Oh, that's a bunch of swords. So I think this first sword.
You know.
Ow. This first sword. Oh no, we gotta break them.
How'd you like these? Yeah!
Oh, they broke the center sword. I thought they were attacking the one I was attacking.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
Strength collar. Conjure. Can I break that? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering what you were doing. Jumping back. Sloppy. Keep of the Griffin. Hanging.
Yeah. I'll tear you limb from limb.
Well, Griffin. Tank Classroom.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
For Alamigo!
Tank Lion's head. We got the swords coming down again. This time we'll break the one in the center.
I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these? Yeah!
Didn't really stand a chance there, Elbert. You really think you're strong enough to take me on? Oh, you're gonna pay, Elbert. You have so much to pay for. So I got some trousers. Did I not get... I didn't get any gears. Yeah, all this gear is better than what I have. Or a lot of it is. Yeah, because I'm in like 240 gear. My bow's 270.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
What are you on about, Elbert?
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Sloppy. Were you here for it, Aldi? There was much sloppy being said.
Aye! Victory is ours!
That serpent soldier looks like a member of the Crystal Braves.
And
No,
who
I thought
knows,
he
lads?
died.
Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Oh no, that is them.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Laurentis.
They die that others may live.
Guards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
Well, that's not good.
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
Ilberd, did you really set all this up? So you're gonna... Everyone who knew what happened's gonna die here. Oh, you bastard.
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Ilberd, you made a mockery of these soldiers. You planned for them all to die. They believed in you.
Mighty Rhalgr, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are. As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Commander?
Ilberd, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now! Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
What are you doing, Ilberd? Eyes of Nidhogg?
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Ala Mhigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
You're gonna turn yourself into a primal?
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the Calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Are you planning on summoning Ilbert?
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Did he just die? Answers? Who are you summoning? You're trying to summon Bahamut.
This light, is it... His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same. But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days! Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil. Tibbs Marty, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this.
Papalymo.
Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Papalymo. I can give you ether.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Papalymo, no. We have to have another way to do this. Papalymo. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ina. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright, I know. Then it's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Renee was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you'll never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. But Papalymo's been there with me since the beginning. It's over, Papalymo. It's all over. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words, but Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones, and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I'll send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Shouldn't we be talking to the leaders of the Alliance about what just happened? Like, this isn't done. Oh. Papalymo. Should seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilbert. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12? I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even into the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind, as spectre aether rages, no mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much to the bearing, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? But without so much as by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of her will to act. A desire to comfort Edith doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in my own wing. By thy leave, Lady Alisaie, I shall honor our fallen comrade through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear of a price for us to squander it. School's out forever. What kind of achievement is that? Oh, that's not a good achievement. It's a horrible name for an achievement. Okay, so complete Endwalker. We need Post Dragon Song. So that was Louisoire's finest student. Let's see what we got here. What am I looking for? This. I want this. Need the patch notes. 3-1, 3-4. I think that was that the end of 3-5? Tidings from Garabania. It can't be the end of 3-5. There should be more. New beginning. I go to these patch notes. Just battle system. I forgot that they okay. So 3.56 brings us to Louisoir's finest student, which I believe is the next quest. 5 355 355. Okay, so I believe we are done with 3.5 and we're about to step into 3.55. Which should bring us close to the end of this patch. We're almost at the end of Heavensward. Do I have time to... I don't know if I'm gonna have time. We only... I can go longer than 4 hours today. Because that was Louisoir's finest student. Which... should be bringing us into 356, right? 356, you must complete main scenario quest Louisoir's finest student. Okay, so we only have one more quest chain before we're done with Heavensward. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break, and we'll continue when I get back. I realized that I went like an hour and 40 minutes without a break. I'll make some more tea too. I'll be back shortly. And we're back. Let's see if we can get through Heaven's Word today. My tree's logged in and out. RNA, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before a communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Y'shtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seed Seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones into Taru's capable hands and make case for the Lotus Stand. Oh. Who are you?
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Wait, what? You took that boat all the way across the ocean?
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
God, man, are you all right?
Oriage, are you gonna help this guy out?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Laughs indeed, Aldi. Laughs indeed. Alright, so we need to go back to Gridania. I have so many quests here. Let's go to the Conjurer's Guild. And speak to the Silent Conjuring. Welcome, Warrior Light. This way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Carteneau, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
Answers was playing during the summoning.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Nero?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega?
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Carteneau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Carteneau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
He makes a convincing case. No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Dang. Alisaie is like, I'm not going to use political words here.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Yugiri is like, I will gladly kill this man. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. I have a bunch of songs. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alisaie is ready on her wing, and it would not do to lag far behind. Let us be off. Renee, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking about the workings of a ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Carteneau? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Renee, pray accompany Alisaie back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing that you are present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Alright, Hida. Let's go to Mordona. That was quick. What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland had to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. Dang. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? I would have been closer if I would have just teleported. I know Nero is a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? One was created to capture Bahamut and the other one to surpass him. Which will prove stronger, I wonder? Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. We must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alec were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In the wrong hands, it would be bad.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation.
Oh.
Wedge calls it the Mark XIV Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
I need a better kettle.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back without Fano. Papalymo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Oh.
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
That voice could fell a gigas. Wow.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire?
The Empire?
Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
I love Gosetsu. This guy is hilarious. I love how his sword is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks. Renee, wait. Could I speak to you for a moment? Are you going to, attack me again? You remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. What do these new clothes look like? Oh. I mean, it is really cute, Tataru. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Yeah, it feels good. It's not really my style, but it feels good. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior Light, it's, well, let's say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed a blood pearl charm to it, you know, to bring you home. May it always protect you. Thank you for the clothes, Tataru. They will soon be in my glamour dresser. I still need to put my, I still need to put... Where are you? I need to put my scarf. And, did I just break my... Did I break my portrait? I did. Import settings from Dark Knight. Confirm. There we go. Nice. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphinaud, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Krile. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Carteneau Expedition party. You and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Renee, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready. I remember having a quest in this part. Let's see. What quest is the last quest before 4.0? Oh, I did not mean to open that. I want the patch notes. Yeah, new zones. I want to know quest. The Far Edge of Fate is the last scenario quest, which is the name of the patch we're on. Good deal. So Far Edge to Fate. Let's go meet up with the others. Alright, Sid. Oh, should I be on Bard? Should probably switch to Darkening. You haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Aline Royale is still active, was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by the new Primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Now, where was that? Ah! I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
Oh, there's the
I
car.
chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Grenawat.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it?
Oh, you sound like a big old dummy.
It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
After Papalymo's passing, they gave us a bunch of funny characters.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
So we got two big oafs fighting each other.
You watching, Papalymo?
I like how all the Imperials are just standing on the side.
I have you.
It's all over now.
An opening.
What are you fools stopping now? Just don't stand there. Okay, now they're coming. I need all y'all to come focus me.
This one'll sting.
Your defense is lacking.
Tis my right to strike.
No holding back.
This was too easy. I like how Gosetsu is just like dashing around. Surrender! We have you outnumbered. You think I'm really scared of that? Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Huh? Oh. We got a friend. Behold, the Red Baron. Now in this nonsense. Is Nero shy? What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. The board for the Empire. I don't really need Magitech armor to deal with these guys. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Don't think I really needed a Magitech here. I have so many abilities.
This one'll sting.
Let's see if I use this.
Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel!
You watching, Pabalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
That's big.
I have you!
It's all over now.
An opening.
I missed.
Is my right to strike?
I missed again.
Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of summer!
This one'll sting.
The Imperials don't need to destroy you.
Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel!
You watching, Pabalimo?
The Colossi captain. They're all running. And the captain hits us as often as the enemy. Now that's just embarrassing. Pitiful. You bring this fate upon yourself. Damage all to the 7th house. Kill you bastards. It's the last thing I need. I don't think you're taking this down. It's gonna work.
I have you!
It's all over now.
happening?
Is my right to strike?
Augmented suffering.
No holding back.
But now, loser, you haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words. It'll be you who rues this day. Is he really just running away? Well, it's really big in here.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Omega.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
He was very dangerous.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalymo. So this is for you. And me.
It awakens.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Oh, this isn't bad. Oh, this isn't good. Dargan. Ooh, big Dargan. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. It's gonna destroy Gridania. Okay, no, the wall's big enough. Is the wall big enough? It's like a whole ocean. Is Omega really strong enough to take on this dragon? Doesn't seem like it's doing that good of a job. It's good at dodging, but its destructive power is low. Did that even do anything? It doesn't look like it. That's a whole lot of ether. Oh, Omega's winning. Yeah, that. Oh, that's not good. So did we just have a nuke go off essentially? Like that's flying away. Okay, so Omega didn't win, and that seemed like more damage than Ultima.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
This doesn't seem good.
Omega destroyed the cocoon.
Why'd your mark fade away?
Papalymo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
So your tattoo is fake? I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let us be on our way. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves and Sam. The Far Edge to Fate. So this is the last quest of Heavensward, post Heavensward for that matter. Words can ill express how glad I am that you're all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. Chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait. The Elder Seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. Chaos. Chaos. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All are eager to hear of your testimony. I was going to teleport us straight there. The Elder Seer awaits you within. You're not getting a cutscene. Maybe we are. My friends, fully eager have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. But words could do justice to such a scene. None of my choosing, that much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Garabania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere in Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon each other. Drink water now. I have like 4 messages on Discord. What's going on? While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of far eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Garabonian side of the border. Which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'd wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it's fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use of them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Garabania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Ala Mhigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You might be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Y'shtola and the others have gathered at Amarasai's spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Can we just teleport to hop on her? Only the curs of Garlemald would sully such beauty with that black iron monstrosity. Those animals respect nothing and no one. Yda is here atop the spire. She has done naught but gaze silently at the wall for some time now. Is she up here? Good thing that wall was as tall as it was, or all of this area would have been flooded by Shinryu.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberdal but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
Hmm. Yeah.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a Mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
Yeah, we should go check on her. Oh, cool.
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalymo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalymo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Sharlayan. That was where she met Master Louisoix. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalymo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Why did he never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalymo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalymo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
For Doma. You should get ready to leave. What are we going to do about Ida? Well, Lise, rather. It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she had scarce begun to come to terms with Papalymo's loss, the one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. And we have hit the second credits for Heavensward. That means it is time for us to step into Stormblood. Definitely gonna be next stream though.
Echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dim by shadowed hearts. In the
They threw a lot right at the end there. I mean, they did the same thing in A Realm Reborn, where it's just like, let's destroy everything you had built. I feel like we did lose Papalymo. That was our big sad point for this. And Minfilia is not only with Hydaelyn, but she's moved on to the first. That being said, we were set up to start a big adventure, aren't we? We're ready to go to war with Garlemald to try and reclaim Ala Mhigo. Lys wants to go back to that fight, and I'm happy to help her do it. And it also seems like the Domans are ready to go back to war with Garlemald as well. But yeah, I think this is a good send-off. Horsefall and Ysel. Stinian. I think this is a really good send-off for the end of Heaven's Ward. Someone sent me something.
Children of the land and service, why must you turn to empty bliss? Tell me why break trust, why turn the past to dust, seeking solace in the abyss.
Now I can finally catch up to Kochi. Kochi's been in Stormblood for weeks. I feel bad because I've been so far behind. And then off stream, I'm gonna have to go pick up all the quests I can for primals and such. And for Alexander. Because should be pretty soon that our legacy static should be coming back together. I think we're short one person currently. But yeah, we should be coming together to start working on EX Primals, Warring Cheyenne, and then eventually Alexander. So I'm looking forward to that. All the king testers. should be getting near the end of the screenshot portion of the credits, considering we have Lucy here. I'm assuming we're probably good to end the credits here. I wish I could make them scroll a little bit faster. Because, yeah, I'm assuming we just have a little bit more quests to do to tie it up. Because I'm pretty sure we haven't... there might be a little bit more quest. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and end the credits there. Yeah. I'm assuming after we turn this in, we'll get the last bit of cutscene. He may have mentioned, but Alphinaud has apprised me of all that has come to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Appropriate wording. Lise has chosen her path, as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join in conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not easy to say, because it's unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom might conceivably save... After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I for one look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect. Do you? Obviously. They have a lot to pay for. I figured there'd be more cutscenes. Quick! March! Quick march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses. We must be ready to face their retribution. It's almost time, Father. Almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Ilburn. I'll take our homeland back. For the both of us. Ralbine. I love Ralbine. Oh, what are the Imperials up to? My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's Wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord, I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown? My spies tell me that Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Oh, that smile. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. And there we go. The next quest should be, Beyond the Great Wall. This next quest here will bring us into Stormblood. So, we're going to go ahead and end it here. Thank you for following me on this journey. We are now done with not only A Realm Reborn, but we're also done with Heavensward. And it is now time to step into the next expansion, Stormblood. I'm sorry it took me so long to come up and finish the series. It's there was just a lot going on. But I'm going to have a lot more time for the next couple of weeks. So we're going to be pushing through to continue this Oceania MSQ series. And next time I'll see you as we start our journey into Stormblood. As always, if you enjoyed the stream, please consider leaving a like, and if you want to be notified about future streams, please consider subscribing. But yeah, thank y'all again, and I hope y'all have a wonderful day, and I'll see y'all later. Bye bye, y'all. Yeah.